Testing audio. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our special meeting of council for Tuesday, December the 16th, starting with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Legal Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Moving to our approval of the agenda, because it is a special meeting of council, we won't be adding anything to the agenda this morning. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move council approve the December 16th, 2025 special meeting of council agenda as presented.
Call for the vote. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. I just want to make mention before we get going here this morning that Councillor Rondawa and Councillor Schindler will be joining us in about an hour. They are at their children's performance today at their school. So the kids got a performance, and so they're off being parents, and then they will be back here joining us in about an hour as we continue on with our budget discussions. So going through, finalizing up some of the pieces that we have been had up for debate that are within our budget. So we're going to start off with the Rocky View bus as we have gathered some more information. So one of the things that we're going to do here this morning is we've had several items that have been put up for debate on our operating budget. I will call out the item, turn to our CAO, who's going to update council with any new or pertinent information as related to that item in the operating budget. And then if a councillor wishes to ask further questions of administration, then that can happen. And then if there is a motion to change that number in the budget, whether to lower it, raise it, or whatever the case may be, then that will be the conversation that will be had. A motion will be made, then a debate and a vote. So that's the structure we're going to take here on these items that are up for debate here this morning. So turning firstly for Rocky View Bus, going to our CAO, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Good morning, Council. I think I'll turn this item over to our Manager of Community Support Services, Ruby Brar. Come up and talk about some more information we found out on the Rocky View bus. Great,
thank you. Ms. Brar.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So after further discussion with Paul Siller, he manages Rocky View Bus. The new budget ask is $102,409.63 for this item.
And that's a change of how much again, Ms. Redney?
Around $307,000.
$307,000 change.
So just based on how their budget's sitting right now and their current operating rates in Chestermere, they're comfortable with that rate for 2026. He will be coming in January for the GAP meeting to talk further about Rocky View Bus, which he said he may or may not ask for more money from council, which is I told him is his prerogative. So if more information comes to light then we'll see in January.
Thank you. So 2 quick questions. The original number was
$409,638.50.
And we're changing it to
$102,409.63.
And I just want to confirm that from your conversations that we've had with the manager of the Rocky View bus, that this is not a change in level of service.
Yes.
Correct? Mm-hmm. Perfect. So with no change in level of service, we just figured out a way to save $300,000 out of the budget. Good start.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from council with regards to the Rocky View bus? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, so just for clarification, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll just make that change in the budget as we're on the fly. I don't think there's any debate if they're changing their ask. I'll leave that with you, though.
Right. So because we haven't approved the budget yet, you can simply just make the change. We don't need a motion to make that change right now because we haven't actually approved the budget. Is that correct, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, that's correct. Especially for items like this where we just know the ask is different than what it originally was. If it's something where we still want the ask, but council wants to do something different, then we'll make a motion for that.
Great, thank you. So yeah, I'll open it up to council here, but again, just to clarify on this point, we have learned that we can have a 0 level of service change. So our residents who do utilize the service are not going to see any. There's no fear of a level of service change. Their service is not getting canceled. There's no effect on what they are doing right now on their day-to-day. Rocky V. Bus will be coming for a presentation in January to further explain the program. And other than that, it's just a change in how much we are currently paying. Awesome. Any comments, questions from council? Great, thank you. Okay, so the second item, Ms. Brar, I'm going to suggest you don't go too far because you might be involved in this conversation as well. Going to Mr. Edney, this one has to do with community and people, rentals and leases. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. As we went through the operating budget, there was some discussions around some rental expenses that the team had in their budget. This was a bit of a miscommunication, I think, between the budget team and Ruby. That was allocated for the rental space across the street that we talked about as a capital project that's being deferred right now to talk about later as we look at the whole city space picture holistically. So that's $48,000 in that budget that we can remove out at this point because we aren't moving forward with that project at this time. So I'll make that change in here again.
Right. So while it looks like we're not moving ahead with that particular project, I think that there is a feeling from council or members of council to at least see how we are continuing to pursue space for community use throughout the city. So, Mr. Edney, can we talk a little bit about, and perhaps Ms. Barr is able to speak to this, how we might be addressing some of those concerns, because those concerns don't go away. So I still think that some strategies need to be explored as to how are we providing space for community to use throughout the community. That's a terrible sentence on a Tuesday morning, but I think we know what I mean. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So I think that's right now part of the larger holistic look at all of our space in the city and what are we using it for. This project was, of course, intended to be partly to fund our community support services department and team, as well as have some space for some nonprofits to use. You and I are going to be meeting with the rec center to have some of these conversations. We're looking at how can we use either the rec center or some of the rec center land in cooperation with the CRCA. And as we work through this larger project of, again, we're talking about a site for a library, a new recreation center. As we look to move forward with a second fire hall, looking at another level on top of that to potentially house some staff, which could free some space up in City Hall. So we're not looking at it directly on its own, but in conjunction with everything else we're doing. And that's something we'll hopefully come back in a couple months with a comprehensive report on who could go where.
Great, thank you. And one final thing I want to confirm. We do know that Ms. Brar's team, the various members of her team, utilize space throughout Chestermere for various programs. So Moms and Tots programs, I could go on and on. There's a number of other programs that they run throughout the, and I think it's great that we, the city, provide that we end up renting spaces from community. This 48,000. Is any of that utilized for that, or is that captured in a different budget item? In other words, I just want to make sure if we eliminate this 48,000, then suddenly her team can't do programming. So I just want to make sure that we've accounted for that. Ms. Brar.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. So no, that would not affect services in any other place that we rent. That amount is built into the other budgets that we have.
Okay, great. Thank you. Council, any questions or comments with regards to this item that we had put on the list for an item for debate? Great. So then, Mr. Edney, just to confirm, we're just going to be removing that $48,000 from the budget. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Awesome. So we've been at this for 9 minutes, and we've eliminated almost $400,000 from the budget. Yeah, good.
I'm sure
Good start. Good start. Okay. So item number 3 that we had was the IT leases. So, Mr. Edney, I'm just wondering if you could take a moment to speak to any new information we have with regards to the leases with IT. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Sorry, I had to restart my computer here. I was having some challenges with it. So one of the questions that council had was, there's a lot of money in the IT budget for leases and for software and that kind of thing. As I mentioned, Mac has provided me, I can share this with council. Unfortunately, he shared it in a Teams link with me, so I'll need Candace to help undinosaur me and figure out how to share it with the rest of you. But he's got a link directly to every single piece of software that we use across every different department. It's down to the penny of how much we pay every year for it. Some examples are our drafting software that the engineers use, or mapping and CGI, our permits database. We need Adobe, we need the First Due software that the fire department uses, our finance systems, our ERP and our budgeting systems, Microsoft, you name it. Microsoft's $169,962.42. He's got it down to that level of detail going forward. So that $939,000 that's in the budget is directly accounted for by the penny. I'm not sure if you want me to put this up on the screen somehow and share that, or send it around as a link to council so you're comfortable. What would you like to do?
Yeah, so I think the question, I think I was the one who actually put this on the items for debate. The question that I had not, really didn't have anything to do with the number, because I do know that some of the software is expensive. So it wasn't that, it was duplication. And I know that there's been a little bit of conversation about perhaps the difference between a IT lease and a purchasing. So something that we utilize for purchasing, or accounts that we use for purchasing. So I guess what I'm getting at is how do we as a city determine what falls under an IT lease and what might be used as a purchasing software, and how do we ensure that we are not duplicating, however small or large the amount may be, that we're not, if there's a possibility to not have a duplication of either a lease, an IT lease, or an IT program that we are using across the city. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Generally, we try to run anything software related through the IT department. The managers are aware of that, directors are aware of that. We've seen some instances, I think, in the past where potentially on smaller things, not software necessarily, because IT, that's something IT has to install. That's why we sort of run it through them for them to maintain it. It's a project. Obviously, we've seen a question. We can just talk about it explicitly. We've seen in department budgets that there's 3 or 4 separate line items for an Amazon Prime account. I think that's what triggered council's question on this, of why do we have 4 of these when we could have 1? It's not the dollar amount, because they're relatively inexpensive. It's the principle of making sure, do we have a process where we understand that? I can't answer that question right now, unfortunately, of exactly why we have 3 or 4 different ones, but that's the type of thing we're going to start looking through here to make sure we've got some sort of policy or process that lays out how we decide those things, and make sure that, I guess, how's the right way to put it, that managers and departments are talking to each other and understanding what resources those departments already have that could be shared as we go forward. I don't see it going through everything I could find in the past week. I don't see it as being a systemic type thing. I don't see it in really any other examples right now other than the Amazon membership. So I'll circle back with council on some more detail on anything else we find.
And where would that work lie? Does that work lie with our manager of IT? Where does that work lie when it comes to, because I know that these are conversations we're looking at as well, right? If something's going out, if we have communications going out, does everything that goes out from the city go through comms, for example? So would that work fall under our manager of IT, or where does that work sit as we're coming back to that information to council?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think right now that work has to sit with me, and I'll work with the executive team to figure that out. Because there's a question of, is everything necessarily an IT thing? Not necessarily, right? So we have to look beyond just subscriptions, but just to make sure in general, that's not something we're doing. So I think it's a process between IT and probably our purchasing and procurement department, but we'll take that to the ELT table tomorrow and talk about how we address it.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions with regards to IT leases? Okay. The fourth one that we're going to deal with here this morning is utility transition agreements. So I think, Mr. Edney, you've been able to find some more information with regards to this, and I think that we are going to have some items here for council to discuss with regards to the utility transition agreements. So, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I may turn this over to Director Motch here at some point just to talk about it. I don't entirely remember the exact discussions around the utility transition agreements during budget time, but for reference, what happened, so originally there was a motion related to the utility company back in 2019 to pursue a hybrid option, which is sort of the way we're operating it right now. Back in 2021, the council of the day made a motion to completely dissolve the utility company. At that time, they put into place what were called transition agreements. So when staff, et cetera, everybody was no longer with the utility, there was a transition agreements, they call them, whereby the city's providing services to the utility, and then the utility's paying the city for those services. Garbage truck drivers, engineering, all that kind of stuff that we operate in here. So that's what those transition agreements are. They haven't been adjusted since 2022. So one of the things we did in here is a first basic look is our cost as the city for everything that we provide under those utility transition agreements has gone up by at least the CPI, right? Even just wages of our union employees have gone up. So Mr. Motch put in a adjustment, I guess, to account for that CPI index over those years, and we've added that into the budget this year. I think what I was talking about at the time is we're not entirely sure where the numbers came from in those transition agreements. They probably made sense at the time, but a project we want to look at over the next few months for final budget is the utility properly or being properly charged for all of the services that the city provides? Not any more, but also not any less. And I think that's where some of that commentary was around the utility agreements. So baked in here is, I think, 15%. 15.6% was the CPI over that 5-year period. So that's baked into these agreements just as a placeholder starting point to know that we have to update these to reflect our actual costs, but we don't know enough in the detail to go through. For example, there's just a big one line item number in there. We want to go through and make sure, when you talk about solid waste collection, are we leasing the vehicles that the city bought to the utility? Is the utility paying their proportion of the fuel bill? Are they paying for their insurance? Are they paying for the maintenance on those vehicles? Those are some of our biggest work, I guess. Our garbage trucks are in for maintenance a lot. So again, when we look at the city's budget and how much we're spending on all this stuff, are the proper users of all this being charged appropriately? So that's our intent with the transition agreements before final budget, is to come back with a recommendation to the CUI board, which of course is you, and council, which is you, to enter into some kind of new agreements that better reflect the actual cost of doing business.
So are you anticipating any change right now that council needs to debate or look at for the budget for the utility transition agreements?
No, not at this time. I think it's just that awareness that they have gone up by that 15%. So that is accounted for in the utility budget. It's counted as an expense in the utility budget, and it's counted as a revenue item in the municipal budget. So that's why there's been a change in that revenue from other sources from previous years, is that 15.6% increase on the transition agreements with the utility company.
So we don't see the utility taking on a debt next year?
That's a separate conversation,
Separate
perhaps.
conversation. Okay.
Yeah, then the transition agreements.
And the
We can talk
transition
about that
agreements.
next too, if you'd like.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I thought, okay. So then there's no budget item needed, so there's no change unless council has any further questions. So council, do you have any further questions with regards to the utility transition agreements? Councilor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, through the chair to administration. I think this is a larger question. I've mentioned this a few times that we need to have about. You mentioned the hybrid model that we're operating under, and we're kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And I think we need to decide whether we're in or out, and make that decision and kind of finalize this and move on from the in between, and make sure that we're dealing with this appropriately. So I would like to see, I don't know if we need a workshop, Mayor Dean, I guess I'm turning to you on this, to kind of finalize this whole issue of CUI, or the company formerly known as CUI. And I think Mr. Edney's going to take that. Thanks.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Good question, Councillor Grant. You were reading my mind a little bit. That was something I had hoped to actually address through this budget process here. As we continue to work through previous motions and finding everything, I want to make sure whatever council decides to do, we do it properly based on the motions that have been made and the legal things that have been done along the way. My intent is to bring a report to council, and we'll actually talk about it here in a couple minutes when we talk about the utility capital budget. We do need to make a decision on which way we're going. The last motion from council was to dissolve the utility, and we haven't done that. So we either need to do it or we need to rescind that motion and make a different motion on how we'd like to operate the utility going forward. So my intent, I just don't think I have enough detail today to ask you to make that decision, but my intent would be to come back early in January, because that leads in, if it's okay, Mayor Dean, as we talk about the utility budget. So one of the big things with dissolving the utility and then the previous motion was that the utility couldn't take on any new debt. We're at a position in 2026 where the utility can't fund its capital budget next year. So there's not enough money in the offsite levy accounts to build the storm water pond that we need for not just continued development, but even for the existing development. So what the model entails in the background is the model takes on a debenture, similar to what the utility company has right now, that gets paid back through the offsite levies as you collect more money through development. With the motions on the table of 1, to dissolve the company, and 2, not to take on new debt, without changing that, council can't actually approve these capital projects in 2026 because there's no mechanism to properly pay for them without taking on debt. So one of my asks as we get through here to approval is, I've talked with Director Motch, we're just going to move a few items that are further down the sequence. We'll move them out of the 2026 budget for now until we come up with a solution of how to fund those. And obviously I'm leading into that. It would be to allow the utility to take on more debt under the offsite levies, understanding that it's the offsite levies that actually pay it back, not the taxpayers and not the ratepayers of the utility company. So to your point, Councillor Grant, that's a decision we've got to make very quick here, and hopefully I'll bring that either to the first meeting in the new year or maybe the second if I need a little bit more time to put together a comprehensive report for you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, so then we're not making any changes currently to the transition agreements. Okay, so next one that we have now is our events budget. And so, Mr. Edney, I'm going to turn to you to, with regards to events and how you would like us to approach this particular conversation.
Yeah, I'm going to ask, Josh, do you have the presentation that's in the addenda package? Do you want to bring that up and see if we can find the page in the presentation that talk directly about the events. I think it should be later on, maybe around 100 or something like that, I'm gonna guess. There you go. 66. Oh, there we go. So as I understand it, Mayor Dean, some of the questions were around what do you want to do with the events budget into 2025? I know into 2026, sorry. I know there was a discussion about having a workshop early in the new year to potentially talk about what our approach citywide and corporately is to events. Which events do we host? Which events do we partner, etc. The only request I think at this point is I think there's a few events that we'd like to at least know from council that you would like to move forward with in some respect. I believe Canada Day, Winter Lights, and Music Festival, is that right, Stephen, that have fireworks? So we need to get the order in for the fireworks prior to the new year to get the proper price. And then, of course, the ice fishing tournament. If council doesn't approve that right away, that's something we'll have to not go forward with in 2026. So that was really, I guess, the decisions from council at this point. I'm going to maybe turn it over to you if you had any particular questions.
Yeah, so I guess the proposal, I hinted at this last week, and so the proposal I'm going to put on the table is that certainly we be able to take advantage of the pricing that we get for fireworks in January for those 3 events. So my proposal, if I look on this correctly, the ice fishing tournament and the Chestermere Children's Festival would be the ones that are brand new, I believe. And so my suggestion would be at least for the ice fishing tournament. I'm curious about the Chestermere Children's Festival, but my suggestion, council, would be that we actually approve the events budget to be the same as 2025, with the understanding that the carnival stays with Music Festival, and that the fireworks stay for the 3 events, with the idea then that when we come back in January for the workshop, that we could add things back into the events budget, but it would then eliminate the ice fishing tournament for this year. There are some concerns that have been raised by administration with regards to there's an increase in security costs, but I'm hoping that as we come out of that meeting in January that we'll have a better idea. So the proposal that I want to put on the table is that we change the events budget currently for what's been proposed for 2026 to be the same as 2025 until we have the workshop in January, so that we can have a more holistic conversation as to what we want to accomplish from a governance standpoint. What is our intent when it comes to events and community engagement in Chestermere? So open that up for questions and comments from council. Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I won't leave you hanging. I agree with what you're saying. I think that's a good idea. I think we do need to have some more conversations about the add-ons that we want to, I've spoken about the events. I would like to see, I know Mr. Edney said that we mentioned we want more and bigger, and I think my sentiment was actually less and bigger. And, maybe not a whole lot less, but just more focused on our bigger events. Let's really try and maybe make them a weekend event, something like that, like somewhere to go, right? Somewhere to take your family kind of thing. So I know we do that with a lot of these events right now, but I think we can lean into it and make it even better. So that's what I hope to accomplish out of that. But I like your suggestion, Mayor Dean. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if no one is opposed to my suggestion, then administration can just go ahead and do that. So we don't need to have a motion because. So what we could do is we can debate it as a motion. As we were talking about at the beginning, we don't. Sorry, for those who didn't hear, Councillor Warzanowski is asking if there should be a motion for this. So as we had done with the Rocky View bus, we can make a change in the budget because the budget's not approved yet. right? So I have offered a suggestion that administration is saying that they can go ahead and do that. If we want to debate that, and so if we want the number to be the 2026 number, so if we want to have debate around it and vote on it, we can do that. But if there's not an opposition to that, administration is saying that they can do the suggestion we brought forward. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I think there's a subtle nuance here between this and the Rocky View,
Okay.
in that Rocky View themselves changed their request,
Whereas we're changing it.
whereas administration isn't necessarily changing our request for 2026.
We are.
Council is. So I think that's worth a motion from council to, I guess, revert to the 2025 budget for the interim until we've had the workshop.
Okay. So then I would like to have that motion on the floor, please. So motion we are looking for is council to direct administration to leave the events budget.
Yep.
Okay. To leave the events budget. Sorry.
Probably, sorry,
This-
community engagement.
Thank you. To the 2025 budget number. For 2026. That's specific enough?
Yep.
Okay. Council, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move council direct administration to leave the community engagement budget to the 2020 to match the 2025 budget number for 2026.
Sorry, yeah, I like that change. Thank you, Councillor Worzanowski. So change the word leave to match. Sorry. Councillor
Change. Is that
Yeah,
what
there
you
we
said?
go.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Worzanowski. Comments, questions from council? Now, the question I have, Mr. Edney, is that we know how budgets work. So once the budget is approved, though, if administration wanted to, you could go ahead with the ice fishing tournament. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to that nuance, because we're not putting it in the budget, in the motion. I'm willing to be more specific in the motion, but I'm just wondering if you could just speak to the fact that should you want to, technically you could, because it's in the events budget. So can you just speak to that administration understand the intent of what this motion is saying, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, so, sorry, thank you, Mayor Dean. I just want to make sure I clarify. If this motion passes, we will not do the ice fishing tournament because it wasn't in 2025.
Correct. I just
If
want to
it
make sure.
doesn't pass and council wants to move ahead with the 2026, then we would plan the ice fishing tournament because it's in the 2026
Correct.
budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Worzanowski, for making that catch. Okay. So we are now on to RCMP. We are flying this morning. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think I talked about this last time when I talked about the update to the budget from what was originally presented. Of course, we had Staff Sergeant Clausen in here talking about her staffing levels and our contract with the RCMP. Originally in the budget, we had a budget for 19 members. After talking with Staff Sergeant, she expects to be at 21 members in the community early in the new year. So I've gone and bumped that part of the budget up to better reflect the 21 personnel that she's expecting to have in place. The question for council is we have asked for 25 members from the RCMP. We are not directly budgeting for the 25 because we have yet to achieve having 25 members in place. Well, since we started asking for 25. So the question has been, do we want to add more to the budget in hopes that we get a few more members, or would we like to make sure we get to 21? And if Staff Sergeant Clausen comes and says, hey, we've got 2 more members ready to go, we bring that back to council and revisit it at that time as a budget addition. Of course, we can always take from reserves or find money in some other budget item at that time if that does come to fruition. And I think that would be my recommendation right now, is to leave the RCMP budget the way it is with the 21 members. Once we hit that, let's revisit with council and talk about more members at that time.
Yes, thank you. Council, I just want to add a little more color to this as well. As you know, I've had some conversations with some other municipalities as well. I'll leave their names out of it for the purposes of this discussion. But those municipalities, both within our region and outside of our region, and they're having the exact same concerns. Some municipalities have the exact same numbers as us. It was a little scary how almost the story was exactly the same on numbers than what they're doing this year. So this is an issue that's being dealt with by municipalities across Alberta, where they have a number that's in there, but it's below that number, and they're trying to figure out where the number is sitting for what they're budgeting for. So we are not unique in this, and it is a ongoing issue with many of our municipalities. So the proposal that is on the floor from administration is to leave it at the 21 and then make an adjustment should we see that come, should more members become available to us later on in 2025, knowing that the time from it takes to put out a call for a new member, that new member showing up, I believe is at minimum 8 months. From what we've been told before from RCMP, if not longer. So I'm just wondering, council, again, the number that is in the budget right now is 21. Does any councillor wish to see a change in that particular number? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I don't want to see a change in that number, but I do have some thoughts around that policing capital item. And I think that we should leave it at the 21. And I think if we have an official ask in for 25, I think that's what we heard, that we should probably, I would like to see us rescind that ask, and any investment we make into policing should be done through our CPOs. I think that they're doing a better job showing face in the community right now. I think about it this morning when I drove through a playground zone and there was a CPO officer sitting there making sure everybody was driving safe around drop-off time. So when I think about the biggest impact that we can have, I think it'd be more prudent for us to invest into the people that are boots on the ground that I see in our community right now, into the community operation side. And I think it would be more fruitful. So that's my opinion.
Sorry, Councillor Grant, can I just clarify? I'm going to turn your mic back on. Councillor Grant, you had mentioned on the capital side. Do you mean the operating side?
Correct.
Okay,
I misspoke, yes.
No, all good. I just want to make sure,
budget.
because I know we're all back and forth in our brains right now between the two budgets. Okay, so thank you for those comments, Councillor Grant. So does anyone wish to see the number for the RCMP change from the 21? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, and a comment through you. One of the things we heard from the RCMP, that 21 isn't actually 21. It's 21 plus 2 or 3 people on leave. So that's what was communicated to us. So I think having it at that higher number is smart, because that's our opportunity to actually get to 21.
Sorry, Mr. Edney, maybe you could speak to that. The 21 is everybody coming back from leave. That's how we're getting everybody back, because we've never had the 25 complement, and we're just getting back to 21 now. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And that's what I mean. But I believe in different conversations, what we've heard is there will always be some number of people who are on some kind of leave. So what was communicated was we should always be asking a little bit more than the actual number that we're hoping to get, because those numbers still count towards our number.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, Councillor Sandbo's correct. That's where we've asked for 25. This year, traditionally, so how it works with the RCMP is we have our ask for how many members we want. And then they send us an updated report saying, here's what we actually expect to be able to provide to you based on leaves and all those different kind of things that we have no control over. So We have asked for 25. 21 is what they're saying is their expectation that they can provide for us next year. So I think it's prudent of us to budget for the 21. The question is, do we want to budget for more than the 21? And I don't think so. Something Director Fluker and I were talking about too is if we budgeted for 21 and they say, hey, we've got the 22nd officer, and council decides we don't want the 22nd officer, they will gladly repurpose that officer to another community at that time. So it's a decision we can make if we get into that situation at some point in 2026.
Okay, so then to do this, we would need somebody to make a motion to go higher than 21. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I suppose I'm a little bit confused because the budget has 21 in it, but we are asking for 25. Do we need a motion to change that proposed setup right now? When you say, so through you to administration, when you're saying we're asking for 25, but we're budgeting for 21, has that already been put into this presentation, or is there an additional motion needed from council?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Merdine. So back earlier in 2025, we sent the letter to actually the federal government in Ottawa saying that we had requested 2 more members, which was going from 23 to 25 at that time. And you're on to the correct sort of thought process. What we've heard consistently from the RCMP is no community anywhere ever gets the full amount because there's always somebody on some kind of leave or something. So by asking for 25, we're hoping for 21, if that makes sense. So their expectation, their plan is that they can provide us 21. So I've budgeted for the 21 that they plan. I don't know what would happen if we went back to them and said, hey, we don't want 25, we only want 21. I don't know if that then means the 21 we budget for drops. Does that make sense? They run at about 72% is what we've heard over and over again across the province for actually filling the positions you've asked for. So I don't know.
I think
I don't think we need to do anything at this point. Go ahead, Martin.
I think that there's some confusion that we can clarify, but I think that it would be, we're then discussing specific staff, and I don't think we should do that. So I think we should take a quick in-camera to show this, because that information was presented in camera, and just to be able to clarify this, and we'll be able to clarify this very, very quickly. So can I have a motion to go into in-camera? So it'll be for council move to go into closed session, RCMP Staffing, Section 29, advice from officials. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
To move the council move into closed session at 9:42 to discuss the following: RCMP Staffing, Access to Information Act, Section 29, advice from officials.
Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Oh, we'll grab that. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our closed session, Councillor Randawa has joined us after watching her daughter perform. So can I have a councillor make the following motion to come out of closed session, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the council come out of closed session at 9:50 a.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll take a quick 5-minute break and come back at 9:55. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break and after our in-camera session. So I don't believe that anyone is going to be making a motion. So we'll be leaving the police budget as recommended by administration for the RCMP. So with that now then, we are going to move on to economic development. And I do believe that we have a change in this budget that our CAO is going to be bringing forward. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. As you mentioned, just after listening to the presentations and reviewing the economic development budget, Mr. Patel had talked about that some of his items in his budget anticipated having a second person in the budget assisting him at this point. I believe we're going to have another workshop with council in the new year to talk about what our economic development strategy looks like and where council wants to focus efforts, etc. So at this point, I've made a small adjustment to the business and training aspect of the economic development budget, where I've reduced that by $12,200. Puts us down to $40,000 in that line item instead of $52,200. It's not quite exactly the $35,000 that was in 2025 because there has been a couple of things that have been added throughout the year that are now being accounted for. So it's a small change in ECDEV, but reduces that until we've had some further discussion in the new year.
And Mr. Edney, if I understand, so your thinking on this one would be because it's one specific item that's within that budget and not necessarily an entire budget item, that we don't necessarily need to make a motion for that unless council is in opposition and would like to leave it at the $52,000. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, because we're budgeting for one person in that department. This contemplated two and there isn't two, so it's an administrative change in my viewpoint.
Okay, thank you. So council, knowing that we are going to have a holistic conversation about staffing here upcoming later on this morning, in the very short term, council, does anybody have any concerns with the reduction from the $52,000 to $40,000 for within the ECDEV budget? Okay, seeing none. Then we will move next to facilities, common service budget, personnel expense, and debt repayment. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So one of the questions, obviously we'll talk about personnel requests and any of that kind after, but one of the questions was there were some changes in a couple of items in the facilities budget where there was no money last year for personnel and then there was money this year. Josh, can you maybe pull up that presentation again? Let's just go to it so we can make sure we're all talking on the same page. I think it starts around yeah 106. So there was a question here of where there was $0 in 2025 and now all of a sudden there's $296,942. Last year we had a budget subcategory called Environmental Services Facility. That's been combined with this facilities common service budget. So this particular budget last year had nothing, and the environmental services budget had the 296. They've just been combined because it made more sense operationally for them to be one budget item. So that's what some of these increases talk to here. So it's not new addition, it's just changing where those personnel were budgeted for last year versus budgeted for this year. The other question was around the debt repayment, and I didn't have a good answer at the time. So in this particular one, the $57,975, that's of course going down as we pay this off. This was back to 2003. There was a debenture taken out for a public works building, it's called. I do believe that's the environmental services building over by Synergy. It was $750,000 at that time. It's starting to get close to being paid off, but that's what that $57,000 payment is in this one. There was also two other places through the budget where we had debt repayment, either changes or I didn't have a good explanation for what they were. One was in the Parks Department that was paid off in 2025. That was for the purchase of 2 weed harvesters, like a number of years ago, that finally got paid off. So that's why there was a reduction in that one. The other one was facilities parks debt. If you want to go to the facilities parks, I think it's 110. That debt repayment is the CRCA expansion project that was taken on in 2005, where the city contributed $600,000 towards that. I believe that was the building of the second rink. There's a much larger project there where Rocky View County and the CRCA, and I think the province contributed to that. So that's paying off our debt. I couldn't find where we budgeted it last year, but that's where we've put it in this year. Just because we need to have it somewhere accounted for. So that's what those debt repayment numbers are that are in the budget.
Okay, thank you. Does any councillor have any questions with regards to facilities common service budget, personnel expense, and debt repayment? Okay, seeing none. Then the final one that we have before we move on to staffing is the recreation budget. So, recreation budget, Mr. Edney. Sorry, Councillor Schindler.
Sorry, I took a second to focus or to get that in my head. Do we have a term what's left on these two debentures at all?
Yep. Let me just grab it here. Sorry, just give me a quick second.
No worries. You want to come back to it?
Yeah, if we could just let me come back to it in a second here.
Okay, so recreation budget, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm not sure what the discussion was on the recreation budget, so I maybe would turn that over to whichever councillor put this on here to debate and talk about.
Okay. Council, is there a specific item for recreation budget that you would like to discuss? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I possibly do. I suppose my question through you to administration is, do we have an updated number? Are we at a balanced budget with the changes that were made today, or where are we at?
Right now, where we're sitting at on the fly is we are projecting a deficit of $116,000 right now, but we haven't entered the personnel additions budget discussion yet.
Okay, thank you. So any other questions with regards to the recreation budget? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to administration, Mr. Edney, this is probably the best place as any to have this conversation again about outdoor unstructured recreational activities and how we support them. I see a line item here of supplies and materials of $20,000 with the idea of what I mentioned before about creating a skating loop or other additional projects. And I am most likely going to bring a motion sometime today about including more in this area. Where do you see is an appropriate item to add money, or do you feel this is an appropriate dollar amount to take on those additional burdens?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Grant, so we do have a meeting coming up between myself, Director Fluker, and then James and Kylie, our managers of Parks and Recreation, to talk about all of these different concepts. I know they both have spent some time exploring some of these ideas since we talked about the Met budget. I think our intent was to either be able to do some of these ideas within the existing budget parameters, and if not, come back to council with hey, this project, here's an idea for this project, it's going to cost X amount, are you willing to make a motion to add that? So I think it might be premature as we don't really have a good handle on the costs of doing things. I think our hope is most of this can be done really through our current internal resources. But if we need a budget ask, we'll come ask you for that. And that's something hopefully we can come back in the new year and either let you know what we've done or bring forth some ideas of what we're going to do.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you for that, Mr. Edney. I appreciate what you're saying. One of my biggest concerns sitting here right now is that yet again, we haven't done anything for this holiday season to do these things, these play things. Like, yes, we have the lights where you can walk through the lights and that is great. But, you know, you walk through it and you kind of go, oh, that was nice. And you go home. It would be so nice if we could have something done there, like that skating loop. What I want is a mechanism to make sure. I would love to have us do it before Jan 1 and actually hit the holiday season so that so at least we can provide something like that to our residents. But I understand that's not really how this budget process works. So what I'm looking for is how do we make sure that this happens and it doesn't fall through the cracks again? Is there an explicit motion that you would like to make sure that resources and attention is being put on it so that it doesn't fall through the cracks? Because I understand we often talk about bandwidth issues, but this is an extremely important issue to me. And if you need resources allocated to make it happen, I would love to advocate it for today. So,
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think the quick answer is it's not as simple as just go put a skating loop around there, right? I think there's about a 2 or 3 foot change in elevation around that loop in John Peak that we've got to figure out how do you contain the skating loop. Obviously, there wouldn't be any skating loop there right now based on what's happened over the weekend with melting and that kind of stuff. So I think we need to have a better plan. Like, we're not just going to go out there with hoses and spray hoses and hope that a skating loop now exists on that particular item. I think part of what we need to take back and go, where can we do that? What do we need to do it with? All hands are on deck looking at this, but I don't think it's just as simple as we can say, let's just put a skating loop on the boat launch and necessarily make it happen with the constraints of some of the things that happen at that particular site. So we're also looking more comprehensively at the rest of either John Peak or Anniversary or the Rec Center or different places where we can do this. So I'm trying to put it politely of we may want it, but we've got to make sure we have the mechanisms and the ability to actually execute it and do it at that particular location.
Councillor Grant.
I don't understand. Sorry, I should back up. I understand what you're saying. I understand there are complexities in doing this. Yet, Bonavista, all these other areas can figure it out. To be fair, this is not something new I've been saying. I've been saying this for a year, and we're talking, we still don't know. We still say there might be a 2-foot elevation over there. How don't we know? We should be saying, no, Councillor Grant, we can't, because there is a 2-foot elevation over there, and this is the actual issue, not I think it is. That's kind of where my frustration is that we need to actually do some of this investigation, and we're not. We're just chewing gum it. And as much as you would like an official motion from us to do this, I would like to understand which motion you would like so we can action it.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think one of the thoughts that percolates here sometimes is that administration hasn't ever thought of these kind of things, right? They have. And they don't work, which is why they're not being done at this point. No, I'm not guessing that there's a 2 feet. We know there's at least a 2-foot elevation over there. So, as you know, trying to contain water that's flat for people to skate on when there's that kind of differential takes some work around how do we keep that contained. That's what the team is working on right now. If it was flat, like you see in Bonavista and these places, yeah, we can just put up some 2x8s around the edge, spray some water, and life is good. But when you're talking about putting that much water in that much of an area to get a maintainable ice surface, so again, that people can use it safely, right? We have to make sure it's not thin in places and going down to cement and kids are tripping. So there's a little bit more that goes into it. It's been thought of in the past, was dismissed as an idea that was practicable, but we're working on it to see if there's a solution we can find to put it somewhere, right? So, yeah, I mean, I think at this point, if there's anything different than what you'd like to see, if you want an all hands on deck resources put to this, I'd probably ask for a council motion to make sure it's something that the majority of council wants us putting all hands on deck for. And I'd ask to allocate some kind of budget to it. And then we can come back and see if it's practical to actually implement that particular project at that particular location. I think at this point we're doing what we can. Yeah.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Edney. I understand we're too late in the year to do these exercises, and that is part of my frustration, is that we're too late, and I don't want to be too late again. If we have an inability to enaction these, then me being here is a failure to me, and I can't have that, because this is largely why I'm here, is to try and bring these things to the community. That's why I ran, is to try and increase the opportunities that our community has to come together, and play together and stay together. Because when you play together, you become more like-minded. You become friends. You can see it in children all the time. It's a thing. So I'm frustrated because I can't get this through. I can't get this built. I understand the complexities of these issues. Bonavista, all these other places, it's not flat. It's undulated past that. I don't know if they have a special Zamboni that they do it with. I'm not sure how they do it. It'd probably be a simple phone call to their rec manager to ask, what do you guys have to do? Because I think it's just a Zamboni that they run around, and it goes up, down, around, because none of that is level, and none of it is really safe, in my opinion. But, you know, the worst that can happen is if someone falls and nicks their knee, and if you have a sign up saying that's at your own liability, I hope we'd be covered. But I understand the complexities we have. I understand the issues we have. We need to get something going. We need to get something done. Sure, you have lots of good reasons why this may not be the right project or may not work, but there has to be a right project out there. Something has to work. We have to do something. This is our job here, to do this. This isn't I don't find this job to be up here and just collect tax dollars and make sure stormwater is built. To me, it's bigger than that. It's more than that. So I hope administration can feel my urgency and my desire to get this done. And I don't know if we need a motion to at least have ideas brought back by January, February, early February. Like, would that be acceptable, Mr. Edney? To have at least some sort of potential, one or two potential things we can do brought back for the upcoming summer and the upcoming winter by February, March. And I'm saying that early because it takes time to get stuff planned for summer. So I would put that motion forward, and I would allocate sufficient resources. I would advocate to council to advocate sufficient resources to that, if that would be acceptable by you and you think you can get that done.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this should be sent to committee so that the work can actually be done. To be actioned, it needs to be articulated on paper, and it needs to be allocated resources, and it needs to be put in context, and there needs to be some buy-in. So it's clear to me that we're underfunding recreation and that we need to start funding recreation. That's why I asked the question about where we were at, because if we were at a surplus or a balanced budget, I would be suggesting that we put a placeholder amount in for recreation. And I wonder if we should still do that anyway, if we shouldn't put in a placeholder amount for recreation and then send it to committee and see what happens by final budget. I think committee is the best place to have these conversations because there is some leeway to work with administration to do some initial work through committee without all the red tape and bureaucracy. I think the ideas come forward, but without a motion, nothing happens. But committee could bring forward a recommendation. That's really easy to bring a motion out of.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I like Councillor Sandbo's suggestions. Committees do a lot of that work. And to Councillor Grant's frustration, we're not a status quo council, as you've probably noticed, and we're also a relatively new council, even though we were all re-elected. I mean, I don't know if this is something that council needs to decide, but through the mayor to you, Mr. Edney, skating loops aside, we're not status quo, and we want to implement new things for the benefits of our community. So what's the best way to do that so we are not on an annual basis looking at some of these and trying to push things and ram them into a budget that's looked at twice a year? This is just one example. There's probably other things that we all talk about and sadly sometimes complain about. But there's probably a better way that we can maybe quarterly. We do all that. We're doing it with transit. We're doing it with policing. We're doing it with things that the community needs. This is maybe one frustration that's kind of showing us, hey, maybe there's more that we should be looking at. And how do we get it to committee? Is it through committee? Is it through council? Should we be doing quarterly workshops to make sure that we're not missing anything so we can look at motioning these items throughout the year and then finalizing them during our budget reviews?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So, back to Councillor Grant. I'll take full responsibility for this not being ready at this point right now. I know there's been an urgency, and I know it's something we've talked about, and it sounds like an excuse, and it's an excuse I'm getting tired of and is getting old to me, is our bandwidth and our focus and the still upheaval, if that's the right word, that we've experienced in administration. Really still over the past year. Most of these people sitting to the right of me, these fine people, are all new here in the past 2 or 3 months, and I think we're still hitting our stride on making sure that we're doing what council needs to be done, and that's ultimately my job, and I think I failed you in this particular regard on this, of not necessarily having this in front of the team to be prepared for this winter season. To your point, you're right. We need to start planning now for summer. We need to start planning now for next winter if there's some bigger things we want to do. And I think internally as an organization, this is something we're trying to work through this year. We will work through it this year. We heard in events, I think there was a question of why don't we use the skate park, and nobody knew there was even a skate park. We've gone and found that. So how do we integrate that into some of the things we're doing next year? My understanding, without putting James on the spot, is there's a set of boards somewhere in this community that we got from some other community. Maybe we've given them away at this point, but why don't we set those up and have an outdoor rink somewhere, right? And I think these are all great questions, and it's not really council's problem administratively of some of the challenge we're facing. That's what you pay me to do and sort out, and I will get that sorted out. We will come back to you with some ideas. We'll come back to you with some budget requests. I think there's been a lot of discussion in this budget. I'm pretty sure the team is listening, that recreation is a huge focus of this council. Whether it comes to rec master plans, the new rec facility, buying the CRCA, purchasing the golf course, we'll integrate this all in and have some good stuff for us to do next summer for council to consider. Whether that goes to the committee first, I think that's something we can take offline and discuss. But I do see the committee working with administration hand in hand on this type of project. So again, my apologies for basically letting you down on this particular one. That doesn't mean we're not going to continue to look at this and see if there's something we can do for January. I think my intent of my comments was just simply to say it's a project that takes a little bit of time. Give us a little bit of time. We'll come up with some solutions. If the loop at the boat launch isn't the right thing this year because we don't have the means to do it, let's come up with something else that we can do. Because I hear your comments of the community wants outdoor things to do, and that's kind of the essence of our community is our outdoor recreation. So we'll do better on that regard. I do have one comment of it has tweaked me of now what the recreation budget was supposed to actually discuss. The funding allocation for the CRCA was what the intent of this discussion was.
Yeah, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
Because
Just in case we forgot.
well, because I do think too, though, that this conversation is important because I actually do think it relates back to the conversation we were having a few minutes ago with regards to community engagement. And I think a question that council does have, at least I certainly have, is the crossover in departments of how these things happen. And thank you for the responsibility taking that you're doing there, Mr. CAO. And what I will say with relation to that is that, again, I echo Councillor Grant's comments that none of these are new ideas. These are things that that this council has been bringing forward almost since day one. It's in our strategic plan. We've been talking about it forever. So by forever, I mean like since the day we were elected, essentially. And the idea of unstructured play or things to do, I think, too, that council is aware of and notices things that are happening in similar sized communities around us that are highlighted on other communities' social media pages. I think about the events that we've seen in Okotoks over the last few weeks, the things that we see happening in Airdrie, the things that we see happening within our other mid-sized cities that there may be a feeling of is there things that we can do to mimic what we're seeing in some of these other communities that we don't necessarily have here, and are there ways that we can learn from them? It doesn't mean that we're failing across the board. That's certainly not what I'm suggesting. I am suggesting, and I would echo what Councillor Grant and some other councillors have hinted at, is the idea of people to have opportunity to do more. I mean, my goodness, the comment that we hear from residents all the time is, because we're growing, we're losing our small town feel. What is one thing that every small town across Canada has? Ways for people to gather in place. And if we want to be able to maintain that small townness of Chestermere, I think that however we can help, whether third parties are doing it, engaging third parties to do it, is another thing that we've talked about, looking for sponsorships on things, because that's what I think that we see in some of our other communities where it's happening. So I would like to see those opportunities pursued as well. Councillor Grant and then Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to administration, I appreciate you taking responsibility, Mr. Edney, like any good leader would. I think it's probably kudos to you that I'm up here harping on this and not the 17 other things that we've kind of dealt with over the last year and a half. So don't take it too hard that I'm fired up about this. And I do have faith that you'll be able to address it in the future. And I do take some responsibility myself as chair of the rec committee that maybe we haven't brought these ideas forward, but hey, if that's what you need, I can get that done for sure in a quick manner. And I guess my question to you at that point is, if that committee brings projects forward to GAP, do you have sufficient resources within this budget to action them?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Dean, and appreciate the sentiment, Councillor Grant. I think it would be, let's discuss it at that time. What those ideas are, I'd have to sit with the director and the managers to see what resources do we have. It's going to really depend on what the scope of those look like. And some of it depends on, when we talk about internal resources, if we get a lot of snow and a lot of storms, our internal resources are out clearing paths and clearing roads and doing that kind of thing. If we have a pretty much status quo weeks, then we've got some bandwidth freed up. So a lot of it depends on timing too. So I would suggest at this point, let's see what those ideas are and then have that discussion if it's something we can't do internally.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I was going to ask a similar question about whether there was anything in the budget allocated for committee work or committee recommendations specifically for the rec committee. And if there isn't, I would suggest that we just add a placeholder amount to the budget, a larger amount, and see what happens come final budget time. But I'm looking through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Grant.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yes, I have that question as well. the committee work, there'll be projects that'll come forward in unstructured recreation that will need some funding. I know there's also going to be a motion coming forward from the rec committee for the grant proposal, the RFP for the grant proposal for the, sorry, Councillor Sambo, you're going to have to help me with what that's actually called.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, are you talking about the fund development RFP?
Yeah.
Fund development
Yeah.
opportunity.
So is this where you're thinking there should be money allocated for that to, sensing that it's going to come forward pretty quick?
Actually, no. I'm thinking for unstructured play. I would actually like to see funding in the budget for unstructured indoor play, and you've talked a lot about outdoor recreation as well. But there's nothing in the budget right now. So if we're talking about action, let's put it in the budget and put it to committee to make those recommendations.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney. I have only, the comment and some suggestions. We do have quite a few events during summertime and not much in a winter time, and especially during winter break and stuff. So parents is asking for smaller kids and teenager kids to do some kind of games, either outdoor or indoor. Please let us know where we can allocate the budget, how much is you can work. So then you can shift a few events from the summer to the winter. So throughout kind of the year, we should have some events, because neighboring community municipalities, they do have a few of those, and residents can have a fun during that time. Like even winter is cold, it depends on our weather, but majority we have the cold winter, because we don't have not rec facilities yet where families can go and to do other things. That's the reason, because they feel like bored, nothing to do in our city at this moment. So that's why I really want to do. Please work hard on that. I know I'm just pushing, but that's actually need for the community, and I really want to look forward for that.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely going to be a part of our conversation with the workshop that's coming up in January, that holistic picture of how we're doing that. So I'm certainly looking forward to that conversation. Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Edney. I just had a thought, and so someone was mentioning that we didn't know we had a skate park, and it's very interesting. Do we have an inventory of what we have for recreation facilities, including parks and basketball courts and tennis courts and all that, available for the city?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Schindler, I would hope so, but I can't answer that question off the top of my head. I think, James, as our manager of parks, knows where all that stuff is, but do we have it written down in a form that we can send out? Not necessarily. That's something I'm working on through 2026.
Yeah.
For us, just to have this, call it a level of service guide, but something that says, here's what we've got for rec, here's what we've got for parks, here's what we've got for.
You know
all
where
of
I'm
these
going
different
with
things.
this.
I know where you're going from it.
Yeah.
And it is in my budget to complete that type of project.
An amazing comms exercise that I think we can certainly show everybody what we actually have so that they can utilize it, because I think there is some underutilization in some of our recreation facilities or areas.
James?
Good morning. Yes, so just a quick list of current opportunities for unstructured rec, depending on your definition, that we have in Chestermere. So there's 30 or so playgrounds. We have the disc golf course, which you can use year-round, regional pathways for biking, walking, running, etc., the bike park, the skate park, the mobile skate playground, skateboard system, which we haven't used recently, but it has been used in the past. Our mobile playground, which community services uses for various events, volleyball courts, pickleball courts, multiple soccer fields, and I can get numbers for you on how many soccer fields that we have and maintain. Same with baseball diamonds. And then all the various lake activities: boating, swimming, wakeboarding, water skiing, non-motorized watercraft activities, ice fishing, regular fishing, sledding, snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, which is all available to everybody as they please. And then ice skating on our lake ice areas that we maintain, which we'll eventually get to. The warm weather kind of threw us off. We're doing ice checks today to see how thick the ice is. And then I made a quick list of potential new opportunities, which will come in time as our relationship with the rec center and with the golf course continues to grow. It'd be great for somewhere to have an outdoor sport court, which could be 4 seasons use. That's a concrete pad, full-size ice rink in the winter / skating loop around it potentially. And then in the summertime, you could use it for basketball, lacrosse, ball hockey, soccer, even tennis. The splash park, which we've talked about a number of times, the mobile skate park, which we can start using potentially at city-run events. Outdoor fitness features is another idea. There are a couple applications coming in some of the newer developments along regional pathway systems. Cross-country skiing has been discussed in the past, just finding a suitable location. It could be doable on the lake, but to Mr. Edney's point, weather dependent. Snowshoeing as well. You can make dedicated loops, courses, tracks for those sorts of things. Additional tot lot rinks. So we currently make and maintain 4 in our tot lots. And as we get requests through the public, through yourselves and through this rec committee, we can potentially add more of that to our program. A Croca Curl area is another idea, very popular at Bonus Park. Could be easy enough to do. Tobogganing is another idea being tossed around, but we need a pretty large hill, which I mean can be done. And I know there was at one point chatter about like an outdoor track at the original Civic Center. I don't know if that's still in scope, but those are just some ideas. But if you would like hard numbers on how many of each we have, I can also get that.
Councillor Schindler.
Thank you. Through the chair, through Mr. Edney to you. I mean, I don't necessarily need that. I think our public needs that.
Yeah.
I think our public feels like there's nothing to do. You've just listed off a great deal of things to do. You forgot the beach, right? We have our John Peak Park, so lots of walking, and so there's hockey and sports, and we have a very robust recreation. Now, do we want to add to it? Absolutely, we would love to add to it. And then going to what our mayor has said, there's maybe some partnerships in that we can get to fund those events. But I think that list needs to be available to our public so that they can actually choose a la carte what they would like to do that day, and whether that's on our website or highlighting through social media posts or something. I think that would be fantastic. So just a thought.
We can put something together through Matt's team.
Deputy Mayor Narai.
So thank you, Roy Shepherd, through you and through Mr. Edney to James. Thanks for that information and the list. I did hear, you say a few times, that we have the potential of, that tells me that there's definitely, a lot more things that can be done. Now, in order to quantify it, because, we're talking budget, and, I've heard Councillor Sandro talk about, a possible placeholder. Is that a number that you think, that you are willing to suggest that we put on a placeholder to accomplish those things that, you've identified as potentially?
I had to give it a little more thought.
Yeah.
And to Mr. Edney's point, timing, weather, that sort of thing, our relationship with these other organizations and locations that we're just beginning with, kind of, but like what we can do, where we can do it.
Yeah, sure. Because of course, as a placeholder, I mean, it's not that. I mean, you'd have to use all of it, and maybe you won't use any of it. But it's just so that, and I think the placeholder is more of a symbol that, hey, you know what, there's a bit of urgency to it, because we can always come back, you know, when you come back with something and like, hey, you know what, we have potential to do this, and this is what it's going to cost, and we can look at it at that time. But I guess the reason why I'm hearing, you know, placeholders is just to show that there's an urgency and a commitment from council. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sandbo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and comments through you and through Mr. Edney to the presenter. Thank you for listing all those items. I will comment that one thing that is missing is a warm place to go in the winter for young people. And so that's where my mind's going, because when you have teenagers that have nothing to do in the wintertime, you know, they might go outside, they may not. They're likely to stay inside on their computers, and there's some problems that come with that. Or they get in each other's cars and they drive around and they do dumb things, and then we hear about it from the people in the community, or someone gets hurt. So that's why I would like to see at some point us put money in the budget to rent out space, do drop-in activities, that kind of stuff. I'm not putting a motion forward for that, but absolutely, the placeholder, let's just do it and then put it to committee and decide what makes sense for this coming year.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yes, I agree with that. We need to, I think we really need to make that placeholder there. Thinking about the projects that I've already know that the rec committee has talked about is the four season pad, or the four, what was the name you called it?
Outdoor sport court.
The outdoor sport court, yes. So that's not a cheap item, but that will be a well-utilized item in this community if we built it. So I already know for a fact that that's going to be one of the ones that's coming forward. So I would like to see us budget $100,000 as a line item here. I understand that's a hefty bill I just said, but I think it's an appropriate amount for what I know we need to catch up on and what I have a feeling is going to come.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just listening to the conversation here. So I was actually going to suggest exactly what Councillor Grant just did, making a clear distinction that a new sport court would be a capital budget item, not necessarily an operating budget item. I don't know these things. It's probably more than 100,000 too when we get to it. But I think this idea of having a placeholder in the operating budget for the smaller items that need some materials or need some sort of outside assistance to get going, or end up being a rent some space somewhere type idea. I think $100,000 could probably capture what I've heard of those discussions in the operating budget. I know I've heard a couple of comments around, you know, we've got a $116,000 deficit right now. Of course, if we added 100,000 in, that takes it to 216. This is going to sound a little bit nonchalant, but I don't mean it to be that. That's not really a deficit. How most municipalities are going to deal with that at interim budget. If we had a small change in what I put in for growth, it's no longer a deficit when we get to final budget. So what I'm going to recommend to council doing is, if as we get through this, at the end of the day, you want to put money towards all these things, what we do in the budget is what the deficit is. We say we're going to draw from reserves, because it's likely going to be a small item. And that is a way to account for a potential decrease in expenditures somewhere. In some of these projects in our $68 million budget, we'll find a way to save or not spend $116,000, or in this case, $226,000. Or even if we come back at final budget and we realize growth is 7.5%, not 7%, that entirely eliminates that need to draw from your restricted surplus again. So I appreciate council's exercise, but I wouldn't, in the interim budget process, get too caught up on a small number like $116,000 in the larger grand scheme of things. So I'd be happy to put $100,000 in as a placeholder in the recreation budget for these type of things.
Great, thank you. I think on that too, it's important right now that we pick one thing I think right now that there's lots of ideas that are being explored, and I sometimes worry that when you try to accomplish everything, you accomplish nothing. And so I think it would be great if we could figure out one thing. And this is where I think thematically is what we need to start looking at. What are the theme? What is the goal that we're trying to accomplish? And I think from listening to the conversation, the goal we're trying to accomplish is having more opportunity for community to gather. Okay, so how do we do that? And where do we do that? And what is one thing that we want to do in 2026 that's going to hit that? And then map out, we've also talked about us having a recreation strategy. And I think all of that fits within that. Mr. Edney, you also brought up the funding for CRCA piece. So, Council, I was just wondering how you would like to. Thank you, Mr. Blair. I appreciate it. I was just wondering how Council would like to handle that conversation. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you to administration. I believe we'll have a presentation at some point with an ask. Is that right? Will the CRCA be coming forward with their ask for the year?
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Councillor Sandbo. I'm not sure. I've never actually received a formal request. I don't think administration has ever actually received a formal request from CRCA for any type of funding. It's something we've included in the budget because in the past, council has typically allocated that. If you'd like CRCA to come before you add something to the budget, I can reach out to Mike and arrange something for the new year.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I definitely don't want to see that amount reduced from the budget. But I think that would be smart. I think it would be smart to reserve that for operational recreation and then request a presentation so that we can see exactly what's being asked for and for what.
So if I have that correct, then Councillor Sambo, you're suggesting we leave the number in there for now, but have administration reach out to set up, so they would come to a GAP meeting. Have CRCA come to a GAP meeting. Okay. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to that? So the proposal, again, that's on the floor that wouldn't necessarily need a motion is that we leave the amount in the budget for now. But administration, through our agenda prep process, will work on having CRCA come for a GAP meeting, probably January or February, probably February, knowing kind of schedules right now. Any other comments, questions with regards to that? Okay, so then I think that, Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. So would you like to add a $100,000 placeholder to the recreation budget at this point?
Councillor Grant.
Could you see me nodding?
Yeah, I can feel it. Really.
Okay.
Really,
Yes, I would like to, through the mayor to administration. Do you need a motion to do that, or is that within your purview?
Mr. Edney.
I think because it wasn't contemplated in the original budget, I'd put a motion to add that into the recreation budget.
I'd be happy to make the motion, Mayor.
Councillor Grant. Do you want me to do it on the fly and then you'll make it? Or do you want to do it?
Council direct administration to add the unstructured recreational line item in the amount of $100,000. And Mr. Edney, that's under the operational budget to the operational budget, sorry. 2026 operational budget. Would you like to add a friendly, Mayor Dean?
I think Mr. Edney, does this work? Mr. Edney?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mayor Dean. I would put it to the 2026 operating budget for the recreation department.
Okay.
Perfect.
Good. Councillor Grant.
Would you like me to restate, Mayor?
Yes, please.
I move that council direct administration to add unstructured recreation in the amount of $100,000 to the 2026 operating budget for the recreation department.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could we also have a, either in this motion or as a second motion of referring this to committee for recommendation?
Councillor Grant, this is your motion.
Yes, I'm fine. If you'd like to add some language around that, I think that was kind of what the process was going to be. I think that was what discussed today, but
So my thought is it's a separate motion. So we see if this, because
sure, let's test.
let's have this pass first,
Yeah.
or not pass. Let's test this, right? Because if it fails, then it doesn't matter. But if it passes, then we can make the second motion.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Wojciechowski.
I like this motion. Thank you, Councillor Grant, for presenting it, and through our chair to you, Mr. Edney. Obviously, this is kind of a placeholder. I would expect that this comes back to council or to committee once, before we spend any of this, if it gets approved. So I'll be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And so then Councillor Sambo, I think you're looking for a motion, something along the lines of council to direct administration to refer. I don't think we're deferring it. The $100,000 for unstructured recreation to the recreation committee for the committee to bring back recommendations to council. Councillor Sambo, is that what you were looking for, Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would add for 2026 to the end.
Okay. Councillor Sambo, would you like to make this motion?
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that council direct administration to refer the $100,000 for unstructured recreation to the Recreation Committee for the committee to bring back recommendations to council for 2026.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break, and we will come back at 11:05. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our quick break here. And Mr. Edney, I'm going to turn to you. I believe everything else that we had left on here for debate had to do with staffing requests. And because they are specific to staffing and specific to positions, I believe that that falls under the idea of in camera because, again, we are talking about specific staffing positions, which becomes privileged information to the organization that is the City of Chestermere. Mr. Edney, I just wonder if you can confirm that and what your recommendation is on how we move forward here for the final couple topics that we have to discuss. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, I would suggest council go in camera, and I think that's the only item left in the operating budget was to discuss and debate potentially those requests from staff. So if we go into closed, we can then have that discussion.
Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the motion to go into closed session, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council move into closed session at 11:07 a.m. to discuss the following: staffing levels, Access to Information Act, Section 29, advice from officials.
Thank you. I believe we said 11:07, just a small change there.
I did, yeah.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just coming out of our closed session, can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council come out of closed session at 12:28 p.m.
Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to take our lunch break here at this point, and we will come back at 1:15. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our lunch break here, and we're going to be moving back into closed session to discuss a couple more items before coming out and looking at some approvals for our interim operating budget. So can I have a counselor make the motion to go into in-camera, please? Counselor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council move into closed session at 1:30 p.m. to discuss the following: Budget Communication Access to Information Act, Section 34, information that is or will be available to the public.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming out of our closed session. Can I have a counselor make the motion to come out of closed, please? Counselor Schindler?
I move that council come out of closed session at 2:38 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Thank you. There's just going to be a number of updates now that are made due to staffing from administration. So we're going to give administration some time to do that. We will be back at 3:30 to vote on the interim budget as well as capital budgets. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience as we've worked through this process. So we are now going to have a presentation from our CAO, Mr. Edney, where then we'll have some questions and some approvals of the budgets. So, Mr. Edney.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're back again here. After some long days of deliberation, I think Council's come to a point where you're happy with the budget. Hopefully to approve here this afternoon. I'll walk through a few slides with some requested motions and see if there's any debate or discussion on what's being presented here. So real quickly, on the municipal side, administration is going to be looking for 3 separate motions, one to approve the operating budget, one to approve the capital budget, and one to accept the 2026 to 2035 capital forecast as presented. So some key factors, we talked about this when I did the original presentation. We've been talking about it throughout the process. One key assumption in here is we're assuming 7% growth to the property tax base. We're not assuming any change to existing property assessments. So where there was a big jump in assessment values last year, we're expecting them to be relatively stable this year with no net change. This therefore assumes no increase or change to the property tax mill rate. So from a municipal perspective, we're looking at the only way we're getting increased tax revenue is from the growth in the community, the new houses, the new commercial buildings contributing to that. We're expecting any given household to pay the same amount of property tax as they did in 2025. However, there's always the education tax. This is beyond the municipality's control. This is something that is assessed by the province. We are expecting a 10% increase to our overall requisition. How that impacts each individual house, again, we'll know that once we get our final assessment values in the spring. There's been some questions through the process of where did 10% come from. That was, I guess, forecast by the province last year when they talked about how they were going to shift some of the funding for education back onto the taxpayers and their targets that they were shooting for. So 10%, I think, is what all the municipalities are using. One big change you'll see is an increase of about $3.4 million. This is for the golf course. Now that we own it, we have to budget for the revenue and the expenses. As I've discussed before many times, right now it's being run by the existing third-party management group, not the same one as in September, but the one as of right now. And it's a net zero impact on our budget. All the revenue coming in is matched by an expense going out. One thing that has changed from the preliminary presentation of the budget here is we now are looking at a small withdrawal from the restricted reserves. Again, in this process, and I talked about it a bit this morning, this is an interim budget. We are making guesses at our assessment base. We're making guesses at our provincial funding. We'll get all that information in the next couple months. When we come back to council in April or May for final budget, we'll have those numbers firmed up. We do try to be a little bit conservative and under budget on the revenue side. So the expectation would be that as we get those numbers in, this projected deficit, albeit small, will be removed at that point. Again, this is just a practice to balance the budget at this point. The MGA does not let a city forecast a deficit, so we'll talk about that a little more when I get to that slide.
One might call it an educated forecast as opposed to a guess.
An educated forecast.
Educated forecast as to what we're looking at.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. So real quickly, I've hit on most of these. We're looking at an interim operating budget of just under $69 million. 2025's approved budget was $61.5 million. We're seeing a change in the education tax requisition. Again, municipal tax going from 26.8 to 28.6. Again, driven by growth only, no changes to assessment or mill rate. About 3.4 million of that's coming from the golf course. We've seen an increase in building permits, we're assuming, but a decrease in subdivision requests. So why that's important, not necessarily for 2026, but as we get into next year's budget cycle and start talking beyond, as subdivisions slow down, then building, tends to follow a year or two later as we see that slow down. So that's something we'll have to be aware of administratively as we're building future budgets. And then one of our big line items was a big decrease in revenue fines from the RCMP. Again, I think that was more of a budgeting issue last year than necessarily a change this year that just needed to be addressed and adapted. On the expenses side, again, education tax I've already talked about. On contracted and general services, we're up about 3.3 million. Again, 3 million of that is from the golf course. It's offset by revenue. We have a bit of an increase to the RCMP contract. I call it a net RCMP contract because there is a portion from the fines that gets offset. It is about 500,000 for 2 more members, but it gets knocked down by the fine revenue. So, and we heard a motion from council earlier to increase the library funding by $100,000 from 2025 to $600,000 for 2026. Our biggest driver of expenses in the city, of course, is personnel. We talked about this last year. It's an increase of just under $2.9 million this year. This includes cost of living adjustments per our union contracts. It includes now a full year. So this is something we talked about. We talked about it in camera, but it's not a confidential thing. Of course, as we approve new positions for this year, we aren't having all those positions in place by January 1st. So we proportionally budget about 75% of the value of all of those positions for the particular year, just so we're not having an artificial surplus at the end of the year. So what happens, of course, we added 13 positions in 2025. We now have a full year of those in 2026. And then we are asking for 19 new positions in 2026. Again, assuming most of these positions don't start until April or later in the year. So the updated municipal operating budget is in front of us on this page. Again, I think I've talked about most of these main drivers. The big increase, of course, in user fees and charges is that revenue from the golf course of about 3.5 million. Otherwise, it's just simply some changes in building permits and some of our subdivision fees. So we have $68.483 million of revenue expected. We're anticipating $68.8 million of expenditures. Again, the 2 biggest drivers of that are adding the golf course in. Again, that was offset in the revenue item. And then about $2.9 million in the personnel budget. And then the other big item on this page, of course, is the requisitions. That's the provincial education tax. Again, it's in and out on the revenue side. So forecasting from operations, a small expense surplus of about $335,000. Again, in this process, while we await new assessment numbers, we await new grant numbers, we refine these numbers through to final budget, there's a line item transfer from reserve of $335,670 to offset that so that we end up with a balanced budget as the MGA requires. Again, we're not going to take that money from reserve. If we ever had to, we'll do that on December 30th of the year once we've gone through all our variants. And I fully anticipate and expect, if nothing were to change on our assessment, i.e. if growth is not 8% instead of 7%, administration will work to find savings throughout the year on the expense side to offset that so we do not have to transfer anything from reserves. Looking at the capital budget update, it's changed a little bit from the original 10-year forecast. As council went through this process, we heard about this over the last couple of days. Originally, we presented just over $18 million of budget. Now we're looking at about $14.5 million. There's still one project in here we'll get to that we need to bring back some more information from council, but it is a placeholder in this budget at this point. This is all offset by separate funding sources. So back here, we have a 10-year forecasted budget of about $242 million. We also have a line 2 funding for $242 million. Focusing on 2026, most of our funding is going to be coming from the provincial LGFF grants and the federal community building grants. Again, Mark has talked about this a little bit. We do have some carryover in both of those grant streams. That's why it's a little bit higher in the early years than the future years, as we hope to use up that funding from the province. There's also some projects covered by the offsite levies on the transportation side. So no reserves, no debentures needed in 2026 right now to fund the capital projects. Looking closely, I apologize. I was doing this in a rush. We'll have more information publicly, so you might be able to see this a little better. But this is just a listing of all of the projects that council approved through here. We've talked a little bit about why we do the dollar signs versus the actual dollar figures. Council has, of course, seen all of the dollar figures and approved the dollar amounts. This is just rolling them up, in this case, by department, just so we're aware, and by funding source. So again, $1 signs up to $100,000. And then if we're over 5 million, you get $4 signs, just to give a rough estimate. As the year goes through, we'll provide continuous updates on the capital budget, where we'll disclose what the budget number was, and then subsequently what the procurement value was, and then the total amount spent. Did you have a question, Mayor Dean?
Just a comment. I just want to clarify the one thing you said. Council has seen all the numbers. We haven't yet approved them. That's part of the process that we're doing right now.
Correct.
Correct.
Did I say approved?
Correct.
My fault.
Yeah, I just want to correct that. So just very quickly, yes, we've seen all of them. Councilors could still have opportunity if they had a second thought on any of this, if they wanted to bring it forward during this process, that they could do that. But the capital budget is the process of approving these numbers is exactly what we're in the middle of now. Correct? Just for clarity for people.
Exactly.
Great, thank you.
Yep. So again, here's first page of particular items that council went through and discussed, again, broken down by department versus this original page is by type of project. This just gives a little more visibility by department as to who's doing which different projects. So I won't spend a bunch of time on here. I know council, you've got these again, as Mayor Dean mentioned. If there's something you'd like to remove off, this is the time to do it. If there's something you'd like to add on at this point, you can do that as well. So again, just getting through these 4 pages, $14.6 million of projects forecasted, and then $14.6 million allocated to these funding sources. So that's the municipal budget. Do we maybe want to talk municipal? Do you want to make those motions now? Have any debate on the municipal side before we go into the utility?
Yeah, I think it would be great for us to do those first and then do the utility as a separate matter. Okay. Just before calling on any questions from council, I just have a quick question. I was wondering if you can just add a little more color, please, to the 19 positions for staffing, because that sounds like a lot if I was outside the organization. So I was just wondering if maybe you could speak to the idea of how it's across several different departments, the idea that as we've grown, we've recognized some tensions with growth. I know that in your original presentation, which was done, it seems like 4 years ago, but during when we first started this process about almost a month ago now, actually. So when we first did that 3 weeks ago, you showed that graph of the staffing levels that we had, the level of service, or just approving permits and those sorts of things. So I'm just wondering if you could just, for the public, if you could just speak a little bit to the reasonings behind that and how just the idea that across the different departments.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Dean. I think you did a good job of introducing that as well and hit a lot of the good points. So maybe I could turn it back over to you. No, I'm just just kidding on that. No, you hit on something important. You're right. 19 positions does seem like a lot of positions to someone on the outside. We have roughly 204 staff members, full-time equivalents. That goes over 250 when you start to include the seasonal staff. So it is a significant growth in the organization. To your point, I don't have the org chart here to share, but as council saw earlier today, it's really split across all of the different departments. Last year, we spent a lot of effort focusing on emergency services with firefighters and CPOs and RCMP. This is our year we're trying to catch up administratively. So there's 2 angles to this. As you mentioned, I talked in the original opening budget. We've seen tremendous growth in this community, and you know, nothing is a direct correlation to population, but population is a good correlation to all sorts of things. The more people there are, the more houses we have. The more houses there are, the more utility accounts, the more tax rolls to deal with, the more questions we get at City Hall, the more roads to sweep, the more roads to clean, the more parks to to look after the bigger projects we start to look at. This council, of course, it's not in 2026 budget because we're still working on it, but pretty quickly it's going to come a brand new recreation center, a fire hall, a library. You know, this year you purchased a golf course, you purchased the existing rec center lands. That all takes staff capacity to look at some of these things. You know, one of my, I think, key introductions to it, I showed a graph just showing where we stand relative to our peers from a per capita staffing perspective. And that wasn't really to say we're better, we're worse, we're doing anything different. Every municipality has different services we provide. It was more to show to the public, we're not asking for something to put us at the high end, put us out on top. We just want to catch up. If you remember the graph, you alluded to it, Mayor Dean, I talked about, and we heard about it this morning, we're doing 300% more building inspections, building permits, subdivision applications than we were 5 years ago. We do not have 3 times as many people. We're not even asking for 3 times as many people. We're just asking for somewhere along these lines to start catching up. With the new executive team in place, we're spending a lot of effort looking at efficiencies as well. So again, we don't want to get too far out asking for too many people before we've evaluated how our process is and can we find efficiencies in those. We're looking at digitization of some of these processes. Can we incorporate AI into some of the, you know, the menial tasks that take up a lot of time to free up people to go do the important things. So I think you've had a good hit. It's a big jump, but it is spread across nearly every department at this point. So really would appreciate council support. I think these are the things that you see public facing. You see the grass get mowed, you get a timely response on your phone call, you get a good turnaround on your building permit, you get proper information when you call in and talk about your tax bill. So not saying we're not doing that. I think we have an excellent staff that does all that well, but they need a little bit of help in each of these departments to catch up with our growth and especially where we see it going over the next few years.
Great, thank you. So we'll start, I guess, with the municipal operating budget. Council, do you have any questions for our CAO with regards to the municipal operating budget? Seeing none, I think then we are looking for a motion to approve the interim. I believe we need the word interim on here, though.
Yep. Perfect.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay. Can I have a councillor? Oh, now we took it out. Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Thank you. Can I Deputy Mayor Narayan?
So move that council approve the 2026 interim municipal operating budget as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the motion to approve the, it's not interim though.
Yep. No, just municipal, yeah.
Thank you. Can I have Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council approve the 2026 municipal capital budget as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now that the two are approved, I'm sure one of the questions that comes up from public is finding out information and things like that. So whether to yourself or to our Director of Strategic Initiatives, can you just speak a little bit to some of the communications plans that exist right now for us as to what we're going to be doing to let people know about the budget, Mr. Edney?
Sure. There's just one more motion that if we could. Do you
I
want
know.
to deal with that first or deal with it after?
Deal with it after.
Okay. Maybe I can turn that over to Ms. Dennison to talk about the comms.
Thank you. Ms. Dennison?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. In terms of communications, we have a news release that is scheduled, as well as this PowerPoint that is currently being shared will be available on the website. Following that, we are planning on doing, I would call it a budget at a glance that would have the high-level operating and capital details that will be more easily and readily available for people who don't want to deep dive into the budget. And that should be available early in 2026.
Thank you. And then just to confirm, all the other presentations as well that were presented at the previous meetings are already on our website as part of the minutes packages. And I think it was the same one that was carried through each of our December 2nd, December 3rd, December 4th, December 9th, 10th, and today.
Yes.
That is
Yes?
correct.
Awesome. Thank you.
This presentation will end up as part of the package as well.
Great. Thank you. Just for clarity, the reason I want to separate the two is I think that there might be some more questions and or comments with regards to capital budget and or, sorry, utility budget.
Yep.
Is what I'm getting at. So I just wanted to treat them a little bit separately.
We just have one more motion on the municipal side. Just part of the MGA is to make sure you've seen a 5-year financial forecast.
That's the one you
To
meant.
approve that, yes.
Thank
So
you.
I just want you to accept the 10-year capital forecast for information at this point. It's
Okay,
not an
thank you.
approval, just an awareness.
Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the 2026 to 2035 capital forecast as presented for information.
Comments, questions from council? Can you just speak to how a 10-year plan gets updated and how that works? Because we're accepting this for information. So that means it's not approved. Can you just speak to that just for some clarity, please?
Yeah, so because you're not approving it, you're just accepting it for information. Our intent would be to come back to next year's budget and take this same forecast that you were presented, convert it into 27 to 36, and adjust projects as we need. And this gives you now a reference point to look back and go, hey, a year ago, where were we sitting, and where were we moving? What has changed in that time? Something we can look at and consider, and I know it was done previously in the city of Chestermere, was actually, this is obviously your first term, but what they would typically do in their second year is actually approve a 4-year capital and operating budget, and then go back each year in the fall time and adjust that. So it gave some certainty to the organization, to council, and to our residents of what they might expect over the next 4 years. But that's something we can discuss because they also weren't facing the same amount of growth that we are here too, and the big adjustments we need to make year over year.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think the reason I bring this up is I have seen some confusion in the community where it is sometimes perceived that this is what's approved. And so because that number is in there for 2028, for example, that's approved, and that's exactly what we're doing in 2028. That is not necessarily true. However, those numbers also influence other projects and things that we're working on. But that's why I just want to provide that clarity, because I have certainly seen those comments and heard those comments within our community. Mr.
Yeah,
Edney.
and I think that's a very good point, Mayor Dean. That, let's pick on 2028, is what we right now sitting here today think we might want to do in 2028. And it's making sure that council is aware of that, the community is aware of that, so that we can start to plan and prepare for that. Come 2028, as we know, the world can change significantly, and we may need to readjust what we do in 2028, but this is as best we can know of what we might do 3 years from now.
That's right. Thank you. Okay. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And I believe you have one more presentation.
Now we have one more presentation. All right. Okay, now we need to talk about the utility company budget. So again, two similar motions for the utility company. Approve the operating budget, the capital budget. This will be asking you as the board of directors to make those approvals. One thing I want to point out, and we talked a little bit about this earlier, something that's different from the original request that was brought forward. There's been a number of motions over the years related to the utility company and the intents of the utility company and what the city was going to do with it. There were some motions passed in 2019 to move forward with a hybrid model, which, as far as I can tell from my research, is essentially how we're operating right now. But one of those key motions in there was not to incur any new debt and then to wind up the utility company once that debt was paid off. So at that time, it would have been 20 years out before that's happening. In 2021, the council of the day came in and actually made a motion to dissolve the utility company. We talked about this last year, and we talked about this at the start of this year. we haven't actually successfully completed that transaction of dissolving the utility company. The challenge that this brings to this year's capital budget for the utility company, and we talked a lot about this at the start of these presentations 3.5 months ago, as you pointed out, Mayor Dean, that's what it feels like. The offsite levy models, we've talked a lot about offsite levy models. Offsite levy models take a look at all the projects we need to do over the next 25 years, and you start collecting money for each of those projects on that 25-year horizon. One of the challenges of it, though, especially in a community growing at our rate, is we need to do these projects this year, next year, the year after, but we've only collected 3 of the 25 years worth of money into those pots. So a good example this year is we would like to do about $17 million worth of storm water work next year. This is to build the stormwater retention pond on the south end of town. It's to build all the pipes, etc., that make it into that project. There's only $10 million in the storm offsite levy account right now. So the assumption in the model is that the offsite levy account takes on $7 million of debt, and then as it gets money in, as development continues to go and developers continue to pay their offsite levy, it pays down that debt. In the current situation, with the current motions in front of us, we can't do that. The company cannot take on more debt at this point. I'm going to come back with a report in 2026, hopefully in January. If not, really early in February, myself and Director Mach will talk about some options for the utility company moving forward and get council to, I guess, make a decision on what do you actually want to do with the utility and how do we want to operate that going forward. So it's an important difference here of I'm not going to ask the board. So there's a difference. Council's going to decide what the company does, but you as the board now need to operate it under the parameters that are currently set in place by council. It's weird when you're the same 2 entities. I can't ask you to approve a budget that we can't finance. So as we go through this, I'll talk a little bit more when we get into each of the individual slides here on the changes we've made. But again, like anything in a capital budget, you can make changes to it at any point. So that would be the hope in January. Come back with a report, lay out the options, council make a decision, and then figure out how to move forward with these offsite levy projects. So operating budget, I don't think anything actually substantially changed. From the original presentation, we're looking at about $27 million in revenue. Again, this is mostly driven by the rapid growth in our community, the number of new utility accounts. We've talked about some adjustments to how the city bills the utility for our services. That's all captured in here in the expense side. Again, so some changes in there, but really these expenses are driven by the increasing number of utility accounts, the growth in the utility company. And as we talked about, there's an inflationary adjustment in here. How it was set up in 2021 with some transition agreements between the city and the utility company, where the city's providing all of the services to the utility company. We employ our solid waste collection drivers, we employ our storm laborers, and then we bill them back to the city. So they've never been adjusted for inflation. The city's cost of all of these items has gone up over the years. That's just now reflected in this year's budget to, as part of my, I think, mandate, bringing Director Mach on was to make sure we're properly running the utility, properly running the city. This is that sort of first step into making sure we get to the right point. Again, we have on the non-operating side, so one of the things we've done historically, we'll take a look and discuss this with council of, is this the best way to go forward? But because the utility cannot take on new debt, if you look in the non-operating items, it's 2 reserve fund / capital projects. That's what we call the utility rate funded capital projects. So these are the new water meters, all those kind of things, the copper life cycle replacement, repairs, all of those kind of things that because the utility can't take on new debt, we have to fund through the utility rates. So that's that $3.4 million there. we're forecasting a small little surplus at this point. I hesitate to use the word surplus because simply similar to what we do with assessment, we're trying to guess right now how much water people are going to use. Are we going to have a rainy season, a dry season? Are more people going to move here? Are they not? So it's prudent to have a little bit of a fund there that, again, if we get to the end of the year, we can talk with the board about what to do with it. It's not like municipal government where you can forecast a surplus or a deficit in the utility company. So there's a small surplus right now, but again, we'll work through this over the next couple of months as we talk about the future of the utility company. Capital budget, similar format, 10-year forecast is about $152 million. Originally, I think we had about $24 million in 2026 that has now been moved into subsequent years. You can see the challenges when you look at funding sources. We had some water projects in here, but we don't actually have enough money in the water offsite levy account to pay for those, so I bumped those into 2027. And on the storm side, we have about $10.7 million in that account right now, but we had $17.5 million of capital, so we've bumped. It's a phased project. We've left in the earlier phases so we can continue to move forward and push the future phases into subsequent years, so that, again, we're not putting the board in a position where you're approving capital expenditures without a mechanism to actually pay for them. So this, again, will be part of the report that we bring to council in January or February to determine the future of the utility company. So quickly looking at the capital budget, it's relatively small. You can see on the offsite levy funded portion of this, we only have 4 projects in here right now at this point. These are all various phases of the stormwater project to bring it to fruition. So we left in sort of the upstream, I guess, stuff and some of the potential land acquisition costs for the future storage cells, but no construction of those storage cells at this point. That's what we'll have to bring back in the new year. The rest of the items on here, thank you to Director Mach for putting some detail in here just to explain what each of these are. Again, using the same $sign that we did on the municipal side, where it says asset management, water infrastructure. These are all of the capital projects that are funded by that $3.4 million that's in the utility operating budget. So this is a little smaller, only 2 pages of these. I apologize, some of these lines I meant to hide, but just in the essence of time, didn't get them hidden. But if there's no number next to it or no $sign next to it, it means it's not planned for in this year. It's in one of the subsequent years. So again, about $14 million of utility capital budget. And that's it for the utility. Any questions on that?
Awesome, thank you. Council, any comments or questions with regards to the utility budget? Seeing none, can I have the motion to, I think you said we had 2 motions, is that correct?
Yep, just 2 motions for the utility.
Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship? In this context, I'm not sure. I move that the Board of Directors approve the 2026 operating budget for 1538974 Alberta Limited as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I have the final, the next motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that the Board of Directors approve the 2026 capital budget for 1538974 Alberta Limited as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Woohoo.
Anything else, Mr. Edney?
You know how much I like to talk, Mayor Dean. No, I think, really quickly to summarize and wrap this up, I'd like to thank really everybody involved. 1, council, for your I guess, attention to detail, your dedication to this process. It's a long process. There's a lot of questions that need to be asked. Sometimes the joke in my position is, wouldn't it be great if we just put this in front of council, they said approved and walked away? That'd make life easier, but this job isn't about easy. It's about making those tough decisions, questioning administration, holding us accountable. So appreciate you for doing that in a respectful manner throughout this process. Really want to thank my staff, executive team, managers, staff. This has been a lot of clear your schedules and be prepared. It's been a bit of a rushed process this year, so I really want to thank them for the efforts they've put into this and for being available. I think we've presented something that I'm happy to stand behind. I think it's been well thought out. I think everything we have in there is a need for this community and will serve this community well over the next year. So I just want to say thank you both to council and to administration for all the work that went into this.
Great, thank you. I echo all of those comments. Thank you to council, thank you to administration for the incredible amount of work that has been put in. This is our last meeting, hopefully, barring, emergencies. But this is our last meeting here before the holiday break. And so we will be back in January. With our first regular council meeting, I believe on January the 13th is our first regular meeting of council in January. And so with that, I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a happy holiday season. And I hope people are able to enjoy their time, however that looks within their own traditions and their own families and their own ways, that they're able to take some time over the upcoming holiday season. So with that, I believe we're at a motion to adjourn. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just need to add the comment. Thank you, Mr. Edney, for presenting really nice budget, and thank you everyone on the city staff, manager, directors. I really appreciate. Thank you. Anytime we ask as a councillor, we need to look at this and this, you all will provide with the timing. And I know you work very hard. We have the pressure as well, but you actually made us proud and made every staff member is proud, and we are proud of you as well. Thank you. And now I will move. I thank you, Your Worship. This is 2026 last meeting for this council, and then we are coming back in January 13, 2026. So I move that the council adjourn the special meeting of council at 4:17 p.m.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.